unique quest. Or treasure because you chose to fast travel. Now, obviously, I'm not saying fast travel doesn't have its uses. This world is huge and would take way too long to travel throughout the whole thing. But when the distance is manageable, more often than not, I just get on my mount and head there myself. Plus, I think fast traveling and having to go through that loading screen kind of takes you out of it. But most importantly, exploring this world is fun. Not only do you have all those different varied side quests and stories you can stumble upon, but there's also tons of treasure to find and hidden areas you can explore. I love the feeling of finding some secret area that wasn't marked on the map or part of a quest. It's something that's completely optional and likely an area that a lot of players will not even see. Now, I do think Origins relies too much on map markers. Ubisoft games are kind of commonly known for doing that, putting question marks over a lot of these places and kind of taking away some of the freedom and mystery that comes from open exploration. But still, finding secret tombs or exploring the inside of a pyramid, it's probably my favorite part of the exploration experience of the game. Its side content aside, the world is also filled to the brim with other short-form activities to engage in. You can intercept transports of several materials needed to upgrade your gear, like bronze and iron, along with hunting the several different animal types scattered across the world. Naturally, there's lots of different outposts and camps to clear out, which is always fun in these types of games for me. You can destroy the little Ptolemy statues, go into gladiator arenas to compete in various game modes, and you can even race in the Hippodrome. This game just offers so much to do and such a wide variety of different activities, most of which we've never experienced in an Assassin's Creed game before. And of course, visually, this is still one of the best looking games in the series, even 6 years later. Perhaps Odyssey and Valhalla have surpassed Origins in terms of fidelity, but in aesthetic, design, and even character models, I think AC Origins may still be the best looking game in the entire series. And considering how good it looks, it still runs very well on PC. And with the newest generation of consoles, Ubisoft even gave it a 60 FPS update for those. Which, big props to Ubisoft for doing that, by the way, because this game is older, and I know of several other large open world games that have failed to do so all these years later. Red Dead Redemption 2. Oh, and the soundtrack is just perfect. I think pretty much every AC game has a good soundtrack, but Origins has one of the best in the series in my opinion for sure. Maybe it's not quite as iconic as Assassin's Creed 2's, to be fair, very few game soundtracks are, but the music in this game has such a distinct sound. The second I hear a track from this game, I can almost immediately identify it as being from Origins because of that unique sound it has. It's almost like cyberpunk meets Egypt in a way. I'm not a musician, I can't really describe it that well, but I don't need to be to know that Sarah Schachner killed it with Origins OST. I'm not sure who exactly at Ubisoft had the idea to tell the origin story of the Brotherhood in ancient Egypt, but it was a very smart call. And Origins, to this day, in my opinion anyways, has one of the most impressive open worlds in a Ubisoft game in terms of sheer scope and detail. I do prefer the worlds in this series to be denser and city-focused, to better align with that assassin fantasy, but I can't deny Egypt's pure scale and variety of environments is so impressive. That finally leaves us to talk about the narrative. Big spoiler warning here, I'm going to be talking about numerous major plot points, so you've been warned. Although I imagine most of you have already played this game, still, I thought it would be smart to give the warning anyways. So obviously what makes the story of Assassin's Creed Origins special is right there in the title. It's the origin story of the Brotherhood, therefore making it a particularly important entry into the series and lore. A lot of what we saw in the prior games, the core beliefs and ideologies of the Brotherhood, and even some of their most iconic traditions originated from this story. And I can imagine it must have been a daunting task trying to write an origin story to a franchise that's already been going on for a decade. But all things said, I think they did a really good job of it. Because with an origin story like this, it could have easily felt very contrived. That happens a lot anytime you see a franchise do a prequel or origin story to previous works. A lot of them unnecessarily explain things that didn't really need to be explained, or the reasoning for something can feel convenient or hard to believe. They do this in a desperate attempt to try and connect those stories. One of the most immediate examples that comes to mind is in the Han Solo movie. Han is given the last name Solo because he's by himself. Get it? That's really on the nose, and I don't think we needed a backstory on how Han got the last name Solo. Just simply accept that that's his name. Not everything needs an explanation. And maybe origins can be a little on the nose sometimes with things like this as well. Bayek drops the eagle skull and leaves an imprint in the sand. That gives Aya the idea for the Creed's logo. It's a cool moment. I don't feel like we needed an explanation for how the Creed got its logo, but that's still believable to me. The ring finger sacrifice tradition starts by Bayek losing his ring finger while assassinating a target, and then his subordinates intentionally chop theirs off to demonstrate their loyalty, dedication, and belief in Bayek and to the Brotherhood. That is very believable, and I like how they explained that. After everything that happened to Bayek and Aya, they come up with the core ideals and principles that set the foundation for what the Creed stands for, which holds true even centuries later, as we can see. All in all, I like how they tied it together. It's obvious when the series started, it's not like they planned for Bayek and the Hidden Ones to begin in Egypt. They of course didn't know 10 years later the origins of the Brotherhood would be explored, but they did a good job at connecting it and making it make sense in the context of the rest of the series, which is what's most important to me. If this story left tons of plot holes and sloppily tried to tie itself into the lore and the rest of the games, this game would not be anywhere as well praised as it is. But all of this really stems from the man at the helm, the godfather of the Assassin's Creed, the last Medjay and the first assassin, Bayek of Siwa. Bayek, upon the game's release, immediately shot up to one of the more popular and beloved protagonists of the series. A lot of people may rank him as the best or close to it, up there with one of gaming's most iconic protagonists, Ezio, which is a very high honor to bestow upon a character in Assassin's Creed, and I think Bayek well deserves it. Bayek has such an incredible range. He feels very fleshed out, and you'll see almost every emotion possible with him throughout the story. Most importantly though, Bayek is an extremely likable character. examples of subtlety and show-don't-tell in Bayek's performance. For example, when you meet with a seemingly old friend from Siwa just outside the Hippodrome, Bayek seems happy and friendly towards the man, but right at the end of the scene, there's a very subtle change in his body language, and you can see the fake smile quickly drop from his face. That split second alone tells you there's some history and bad blood here. And there's plenty of examples of subtlety like this throughout Origins, and specifically in Bayek's performance. And a big reason why this story works so well is because of Bayek in his personal journey. Another reason is his wife and legendary assassin, Amunet, or by her real name, Aya. Amunet had always been a known figure within the Brotherhood since Assassin's Creed 2, known as one of the first assassins who was responsible for Cleopatra's death. And in a lot of ways, Origins is also telling her origin story, showing the events that led Aya to become Amunet, which was supposedly going to be the original main focus of the story, as Aya was going to be the game's protagonist and not Bayek. There was a report from Bloomberg a few years back claiming that Aya was going to be the protagonist, but the marketing department didn't like the idea of building a story around a female protagonist, which is apparently what led to Bayek becoming the protagonist and Aya's role being minimized. It also claimed that Bayek was actually going to be killed off early on in the game, which is an unfortunate situation all around and really stupid, because I love Aya's character, but at the same time, I also love Bayek, and it would have sucked to see him killed off so early on. Regardless of all of that, though, I really like Aya's presence in the game. Alex Wilton Reagan's performance is fantastic, and the dynamic between Bayek and Aya is one of the best parts of the story, in my opinion. You even get a few sections where you get to play as Aya in naval combat, which I also really enjoyed. It will forever frustrate me that we didn't get a sequel of some sorts to Origins with both Bayek and Aya as they evolved to hidden ones. Maybe in that game, Aya could have been the protagonist, or it could have potentially been a dual protagonist game with both of them. It has to be one of the series' biggest missed opportunities. If there were ever two characters strong and compelling enough to create sequels for the first time since Ezio, it's these two. But it's Ubisoft, and these days they wouldn't know a good sequel opportunity if it hit them over the head. Origin's story, like many in the series, also features a few big historical figures from the time, namely Cleopatra and Julius Caesar. As it so often does, it takes well-known figures from history and puts an Assassin's Creed spin on them by having Caesar be affiliated with the Order of Ancients, who would of course eventually become the Templars. Because you can't tell the origins of the Assassin's Creed without the longtime enemy and rival, the Templar Order. The Order of Ancients would serve as the eventual foundation for the Templars, with similar goals like wanting to bring peace and order through control. I liked how the Order of Ancients were portrayed in this game as this mysterious, sinister
Give me a hand over here!
Investigate and discover each one of its members one by one. It's a rather simple but effective structure for progressing through the story, and there were quite a few twists along the way. Perhaps one of the biggest is that the man who had killed Bayek's son ended up being Flavius, a Roman general and ally of Caesar who led the order. Now, as far as antagonists go, I felt Flavius was kind of underwhelming. He doesn't have a ton of screen time prior to this reveal. There's really not enough time spent with the character to give us any sort of understanding or motive for what he was doing. And it didn't really feel like he earned the right to be that final boss. Well, the final boss for Bayek anyway. I don't know, it almost reminds me of the Germain reveal in Unity, except at least in Unity you talk to Germain a fair amount beforehand. With Flavius, he's kind of just in the background, and maybe that was the point. The shock from the reveal comes more so from the fact that he's been such a minor character, rather than it feeling like a heartbreaking betrayal. Regardless though, I do still really love this game's ending. Bayek and Aya deciding to go their separate ways to create the Brotherhood and for the betterment of the world. Then there's that entire epilogue-like sequence with Aya assassinating Caesar, and the game ends with both Bayek and Aya becoming hidden ones as we see them build up and lead their separate bureaus. There's this really touching moment where Bayek offers to walk a kid home because he's scared to go alone, just like his son was at the start of the game. just another example of what makes Bayek such a lovable character. It shows that father-like nature is still in him. The game then ends with this beautiful shot of Bayek looking over Egypt to Origin's rendition of Ezio's family that once again gave me chills. I know some people criticize Ubisoft for overusing Ezio's family in these games, but it feels really appropriate here being the end to what was the origin story for the Creed. Now, as for Origin's modern day storyline, it is quite different from most games in the series. I think nearly every Assassin's Creed fan is in agreement that the modern day storylines after Assassin's Creed 3 were a complete mess. Many of them felt disjointed and irrelevant in the context of the overarching modern-day narrative, and that felt especially true with both Unity and Syndicate. So Origins really needed to bring that interest and intrigue back into the modern-day storyline, and I think it successfully did. It certainly helps that Odyssey and Valhalla chose to continue from where Origins left off, but bringing the focus back onto one main modern-day protagonist was what made a big difference. The thing that held those old modern-day storylines together was Desmond Miles. Without him, the series kept switching from mute, nameless modern-day protagonists to the next, and it was impossible to really get invested in those stories and characters, especially since we never saw our own character. Even if Layla isn't as good as a modern-day protagonist as Desmond was, at least we have someone with a name, face, and voice we can follow. And I, for one, like Layla's character. The modern-day sections in Origins are typically very short and don't offer tons of substance in terms of story, but it was just enough to get me interested without being overbearing, which is more than what I can say for Unity and Syndicate's modern days. It does a good job of setting up the start of this new modern-day story arc that could be carried on and progressed in future titles, and seeing where that story would eventually go in Valhalla makes it all more pertinent. And the ending with William Miles appearing really left me intrigued at where the story was going when I first played this game back in the day. To me, it's easily the best modern-day storyline since at least Black Flag, and again, I really love how it paid off in Valhalla. Ultimately, I think another one of the main reasons I largely prefer Assassin's Creed Origins to the other two RPG games is the narrative. With a stronger narrative and characters as the backbone, it makes everything within the game feel more enticing. Maya is a character I genuinely wanted to keep playing and doing quests with. I never got tired of hearing his voice, which when you're spending like 80 plus hours with a character is essential.
Give me a hand with
Origins
this!
is also the only game out of the three in the RPG trilogy to not offer choices, which in a narrative-driven experience is typically my preference. Don't get me wrong, I still love some games with choices, and they certainly have their place in those large, full-fledged RPGs, but it's nice to just have one solid, consistent narrative to watch unfold, instead of trying to fill in the blanks and make the characters whatever you make of them. Bayek would not be as popular and beloved as he is if this game allowed choices, because then the character could be whatever the player deemed. It just wouldn't work, and I'm glad they decided against it in Origins. And while it's not the sole contributing factor, I believe it's one of the reasons why I find Origins' narrative so much more engaging than the other two. This game's story still isn't without its flaws, but I found it to be some of the best storytelling in this entire series, with some of the best main characters to go along with it. Assassin's Creed Origins on its release was not a game I anticipated to love as much as I did. As someone who considers themselves more of a traditional Assassin's Creed fan, the type of game Origins aimed to be wouldn't normally be my cup of tea. But the way Ubisoft Montreal went about designing the game, not going too far.
Something about the air fryer, what happened?
with some of its RPG mechanics, while simultaneously giving us something new and refreshing in a series that so desperately needed it at the time, is why Origins is among some of my favorite Assassin's Creed games in the series. I don't believe it's an overstatement to say it saved Assassin's Creed. Regardless of how you feel about what came after it, you can't deny Origins was the change Assassin's Creed needed at the time, and for that, I will forever be grateful for it.
Feel stronger already. There's method to these cuts. Not banded rebel, trained Saxon warrior.
Like the title says, I finished Assassin's Creed Shadows. This is going to be a non-spoiler review, so I won't be showing any footage from any late-game or missions. I'll express my opinions on the story the best I can without delving into spoilers. If you'd rather go into this game completely blind, I understand. Feel free to click off and maybe potentially come back when you finish the game, if you'd like. But for those of you that are staying, you're probably curious what my overall impression of the game was. Now, to be clear, if you haven't watched my videos before, I prefer the older action-adventure formula of Assassin's Creed to the RPGs of recent years. Furthermore, Ubisoft's new approach for the series is to make different types of AC games to appeal to different parts of the fan base. That's why we got a more traditionally structured AC game in 2023 with Mirage.
Your death has been avenged, my friend.
RPG, more akin to the likes of Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla. While personally, this type of Assassin's Creed game is my preference, I still keep an open mind and usually can still find some enjoyment in that. Origins especially is a game I still love. So I went into Shadows knowing that perhaps I wasn't the exact target audience, but still keeping an open mind and being intrigued with the apparent focus on improving the stealth experience. After all, stealth and hardcore are the two main gameplay pillars I play Assassin's Creed for. It's what drew me to the series to begin with. It's in large part because of the stealth that I came away from Shadows having a relatively good time. There are some big asterisks to that, particularly when it comes to everything to do with the story pretty much, but I'll get into that later. Let's start with what was unequivocally the best part of the game, the stealth. I'm happy I can say the best part of an Assassin's Creed game is stealth, because for so long I couldn't. With the exception of Mirage, ever since the series kind of rebooted with Origins, stealth felt like it was constantly down the list of priorities when these games were being developed, which was very frustrating for many fans like myself, who got into this series to be a cool assassin in a hood, or recording across rooftops and using whatever was at our disposal to silently dispatch enemies. This frustrated and vocal part of the AC community is probably part of the reason why a game like Mirage that had stealth as its primary focus ended up happening. And it's good to see this commitment to emphasizing and improving the stealth experience in these games has extended to Shadows. This being the same team that made Odyssey, it seems they responded to some of the criticism about that game's stealth systems. I can even confidently say that as a whole, the stealth in this game is better than Mirage's. It's deeper, more challenging, and thought-provoking than what we've had in Assassin's Creed in a long time, maybe ever. While the old Assassin's Creed games and the identity of what an assassin is in this series were firmly rooted in stealth, it never really had the in-depth mechanics of the serious top stealth games out there, like a Splinter Cell or Metal Gear Solid. I mean, this is a series that didn't have a crouch button until the 7th entry. However, what those old games did have that Shadows does not is social stealth. I strongly believe that social stealth has a place in this series. It's based in the very idea.
Help me out here!
do this alone.
The identity of what an assassin in Assassin's Creed is. The second tenet of the Creed is hide in plain sight. This is what differentiates the assassins from most other silent killers you've seen in video games, with the exception of Hitman. Now, unfortunately, social stealth in Assassin's Creed has been mostly neglected ever since AC2. It rarely saw improvement from game to game. In its latest iteration in Valhalla and Mirage, it was far from what we'd ideally want it to be in these games, both in terms of depth and its usefulness. But I still believe it belongs in Assassin's Creed, and it doesn't stop me from pushing for it to be a pillar of the stealth experience. So I was initially quite disappointed when we learned it wouldn't be in Shadows. If it had a good implementation, this would be close to the ideal stealth experience I always imagined Assassin's Creed could have. Alas, Ubisoft Quebec clearly decided their focus was better suited elsewhere, mainly light and shadow-based stealth. Hopefully this doesn't mean the series will be abandoning social stealth for good moving forward though, and it does at least make sense from a narrative perspective why Nawe isn't familiar with the Creed's second tenet. The absence of social stealth aside, the big new additions, returning features, and some of the level and enemy design, the core stealth experience of Shadows far exceeds anything we've gotten in the series recently. Stealth for Nawe, that is. I guess I should have clarified that, since I suppose it's possible in a very, very limited capacity with Yasuke, more so as a means to just thin enemy ranks a little before engaging in combat. I cannot recommend enough that you play Shadows with the stealth difficulty set to Expert. It increases the field of view for enemy
Give me
AI.
a hand with this!
It can actually see you when you're above them and at a distance. We're so used to Assassin's Creed AI not being able to see 10 feet in front of or above themselves. This makes stealth genuinely challenging, especially in the early days when you're still light on skills and tools. It requires you to slow down, engage with the game's systems, and think ahead. Using tools in the environment to your advantage now with light and shadow-based stealth is very important. Additionally, some enemies can deny your assassination attempts if they see you approaching and are already in an alert state. Quite similar. This doesn't just apply to a regular assassination. I got humiliated by two guards who denied my double assassination. They just shut that thing down with style. This applies to cover and rush assassinations too. You will be punished for making careless mistakes and not paying attention to who you're trying to assassinate and from where. Eventually, in the assassin tree, you can unlock a skill that negates this, but I really enjoyed the obstacle it presented. It forced me to be more mindful. Smoke bombs are still a useful tool for either escaping detection or trying to take out a large group of enemies, but the AI will try to run out of smoke bombs now when it's thrown at their feet, making smoke bombs feel more balanced and less abusable than they were in games like Unity and Mirage, where they could be spammed for easy assassinations. The new NPC type, the servants, were added specifically for stealth purposes, who add yet another wrinkle. If they spot you, they'll run and report you to any nearby guards. You need to take care to avoid their gaze or be able to react quickly if you want to take them down before they're able to alert others. The Guardians are new too. They show up when an enemy spots you and sounds the alarm, placing you with a wanted status. These guys are tough and hard to kill. You don't want them showing up, so you have plenty of incentive to either not be seen or stop anyone trying to ring the alarm bell before they can get it off. The interior level design in the castles is great for stealth, with lots of light sources to manipulate, hiding places, trapdoors leading into crawl spaces, and nightingale floors that force you to move slower through them as they make more noise. I really like the inclusion of these floors because you almost never have to worry about how much sound you're making in an AC game. Usually you can just crouch walk and call it a day. Enemies won't hear you. As a fan of the old Splinter Cell games, I really loved how they forced you to not only be wary of light in stealth, but also sound. You had to move slowly and cautiously near guards, and that would vary depending on what kind of surface you're moving on, or if there was any ambient noise to mask your sound. Noise isn't as fleshed out or important as those Splinter Cell games in Shadows, but being on these floors reminded me of that. As for the first time in an AC game, I had to be very aware of just how quickly I was crouch walking to not be heard. With these newly presented challenges and smarter AI, it's even more critical that you engage with the light and shadow-based stealth. This is the best and most important new addition Shadows brings to its stealth gameplay. It adds this other dimension that we haven't had to this extent in Assassin's Creed before, that feels rewarding for using and getting good at it. As much as I love social stealth, this is far more useful than it ever was. There are varying stages to visibility displayed by the little light meter at the top. The darkness of the shadow will determine whether you're completely or only partially masked by it. And of course, this system doesn't just simply allow you to hide in darkness, it allows you to create it as well, by extinguishing or destroying nearby light sources to create dark, safe spaces to hide yourself in. Smartly, the game doesn't allow you to manually advance the time of day, like was previously possible in the last 4 games. As if the player could do that, they could simply abuse it and always advance to nighttime for every stealth encounter to ensure they could take advantage of the darkness the night brings. It's still possible to use the shadows during the daytime, especially in interiors, but your options are going to be more limited. So when approaching stealth scenarios, you either have to deal with or take advantage of the time of day, something we never had to really think twice about before in Assassin's Creed. The other new addition is being able to go prone. This too made a bigger impact than I had initially anticipated it would. Not only is it helpful to be able to break an enemy's line of sight on you in areas you normally wouldn't be able to with only a crouch, but there's also opportunities to crawl under structures, in short grass, or even underwater to get in a better position to sneak past or assassinate an unsuspecting target. The 2 returning mechanics that have been absent in the series since Syndicate are a legitimate cover system and double assassinations. The previous 4 games had this soft cover system when crouching behind a waist-high object or around a corner that when you assassinated someone would automatically drag them back behind cover. It worked, but was often inconsistent and hard to tell if you were considered in cover or not, as there was no visual indication that you were. Shadows' cover system, in a similar fashion to Syndicate's, will automatically snap you into cover when you move up to it.
Give me a hand!
It can feel a bit finicky. Sometimes Naue just has a mind of her own and won't snap into cover when you want her to, but the overall result is the most consistent cover assassinations we've had since Syndicate, as it is always perfectly clear when you are and aren't. More than the cover system, though, I have been wanting the return of assassinations. It has been 10 years since we could assassinate 2 people next to each other at the same time in an Assassin's Creed game. Something we could do since the second game was missing for that long. Granted, there were chain assassinations, but that certainly doesn't have the same use. Now we have both of those in Shadows. Each weapon type for Naue has a special assassination. The blade has double, the Kusarigama has rush, the katana has the shoji door assassination. The Tanto remained a permanent fixture in my loadout once I acquired it, as double assassinations are the most useful to have of the 3. Not to mention it has an ability called Hidden Hand that basically functions as a get-out-of-jail-free card, as you can assassinate someone regardless of detection if activated. The rush assassination can be used to quickly close the gap to an enemy, while the shoji door one is pretty self-explanatory. The katana was my favorite melee weapon for combat with Naue, but in stealth it has the most limited and contextual special assassination of the 3, as we'll find far more situations to use rush and double assassination instead. Double assassination works the same as the old games. You can do it from the ground, the air, and even while sprinting. The animators really cooked with some of these animations too. Naue embraces her inner Arno Dorian on one of them. And as I mentioned with the chain assassination, by combining it with double assassination, it's technically possible to pull off a triple assassination of sorts. Chain assassination works differently in this game though, as you can only use it by applying the engraving on your gear, and it's completely automated. So it's supposed to have Naue automatically chain assassinate a nearby enemy. I say it's supposed to because it's very inconsistent. Sometimes it felt like a complete toss-up if chain assassination would actually activate. You really have no control over when it does since it's completely automatic. It's not a manual input like the previous games. Sometimes you may not want to use chain assassination because it might kill someone in direct line of sight of other enemies and then you're spotted, and you have no control over that. It'll do it whether you want it to or not. Or conversely, it won't do it when you want it to, and then you're spotted that way.
Try to fly!
Useful and look really cool when you're doing a triple assassination, but it cannot be relied upon consistently. Being able to call upon allies to assist you in gameplay, be it stealth or combat, is sort of another returning legacy feature of the series. It's not exactly the same, but it's not too dissimilar from the old Brotherhood system we had from Brotherhood through AC3 that allowed you to call upon fellow assassins to help you out in stealth or combat. The same principle applies here, only you're summoning individual allies with their own unique abilities, which can then be upgraded and managed in your hideout. You unlock these allies by completing the quest lines in the story and recruiting them to your hideout. Again, this is something the AC has wanted for a while, and while it's not the same, it does serve a similar use, like in various stealth and combat situations. The way assassination damage is treated in this game in general is a big improvement over how it was in Origins and Odyssey, though if you prefer a more classic experience and rather not worry about that at all, they're using guaranteed assassination. I didn't use this because I wanted to experience the stealth as it was fully intended by the developers. There are a lot of skills built around assassination damage that would be completely useless with the guaranteed setting turned on. The reason I say assassination damage is handled much better now compared to the likes of Origins and Odyssey is because it's far more clear who you can and can't assassinate. In Origins and Odyssey, you had a set assassination damage number. In Origins, you increased this by upgrading the head blade. In Odyssey, you had to build craftier gear to support assassin damage. Then that assassin damage would be pinned up against the enemy's HP pool. If it was greater than the enemy's health, you could kill them. If not, you would only be able to damage them. The problem with this is the only way you can tell if you could assassinate someone is by getting right next to them and looking at their health bar, which not only puts you at greater risk of being detected when you're trying to see if you could actually kill this person or not, but it breaks up the flow of stealth when you know you can't rely on your assassination to do its primary function consistently. Some may not like the idea of the hidden blade not instantly killing everybody. Again, for those people, guaranteed assassination is there for you. The way Shadows does assassination damage is now through health segments. All enemy health is broken up into segments. Your assassination damage is how many health segments you can remove from enemies with an assassination. If you can remove more segments than the enemy has, or an equal amount, you can instantly kill them. Only the tougher, more armored enemies will have a large amount of health segments. They're easily identifiable from a distance, so you will know if you can and can't assassinate without having to go up to an enemy to check, like in Origins and Odyssey. If you know you can't assassinate that person, you can work around them, avoid them, or clear everybody else out before taking them on, so you're not dealing with an entire horde in combat. This is a much smarter way of doing it that removes some of the frustration of assassination damage in the previous RPGs without removing the intended challenge and roadblock these harder to kill enemies are meant to create. As you progress with Nawe in the skill tree, by the end you can pretty much assassinate anyone no problem, which aligns with her development in her skills as an assassin. With the Hand of the Creed and assassination damage skills you get in the late game, she's no longer being denied or struggling to kill tougher enemies. It's a satisfying progression that makes sense for her character. One change involving stealth that I'm not a fan of is how they reworked equal vision and tagging enemies. I'm fine with the drone bird being gone. I never really liked that system much either to begin with, aside from it being cool to see a bird's eye view of the world. The Shadows not only gives you eagle vision that scans through walls, which is very strong as is, but it also lets you permanently tag those enemies through walls as well. That's a bit absurd. At least the red highlight of eagle vision disappears pretty quickly, but having that level of information that easily accessible is too much. Some of the thrill I get from other stealth games is not knowing where the enemies are and having to move carefully, and using my eyes and ears to determine enemy locations. Games like Far Cry and Metal Gear figured this out a long time ago in the open world format, where it lets you tag enemies but not through walls. Once they're tagged, you can keep track of them, but you actually have to see them without any surface in between to tag them. That way you still have to stay alert for anyone you might have missed, while it not being annoying and overly challenging when you don't know where anybody is in a massive compound. I really enjoyed the increased challenge with Shadows' stealth. This is one thing I would have liked to be different though to further push that methodical, mindful approach. All in all though, as someone who loves stealth games and got into the series mainly for stealth, I felt vindicated and heard finally seeing some genuine improvement and innovations on the Assassin's Creed stealth gameplay loop. Am I disappointed about the absence of social stealth?
Can't do this alone.
Because I think it could have worked well if implemented properly. But there are so many good additions here that could serve really well as a foundation for future titles to iterate upon even more so moving forward, that it outweighs that disappointment for me. Ubisoft, please don't let these additions in a prove to be a one and done. This series is famous for just abandoning and failing to iterate upon previous good mechanics and features. How the series failed to iterate upon Unity is still a perfect example of that.
Come here a moment.
Hexay and future titles will be abandoning things like light and shadow-based stealth, the pro mechanic, or the smarter AI. It seems like common sense, but common sense ain't so common for Ubisoft. Like I said at the beginning, gameplay features I have most of Assassin's Creed are stealth and armor. Stealth enthusiasts to me feels quite happy and satisfied. It's finally been achieved. I feel like now, before I completely tear hardcore movement to shreds, let me talk about a few positive things about it. First and foremost, I like how fast and agile now
help me with this!
Quebec really emphasizes that speed and agility in her animations. She feels how I imagined Basim would have felt. Ubisoft Bordeaux was telling us that Basim in Mirage would be one of the fastest and most agile assassins in the series to date. And sure, he felt fast in comparison to Eivor, but he didn't feel fast.
Take you.
Now it feels fast. I wish there was more depth and complexity to her movement to accompany that speed, but at least she doesn't feel clumsy and heavy like a Viking, because that would have been a massive killer to the shinobi fantasy the game strives for. Having a more consistent and easy-to-use parkour down mechanic is nice to have as well. I used it countless times. It was was a mechanic that existed in Mirage and Valhalla, but was far more inconsistent to use, especially since it was bound to the same input as crouch. Now it's not. Now it's bound to the same input as dodge. The
Let's go.
Look felt pretty good to use. It would feel a lot better with a manual jump button, I'll tell you that much. It's been 11 years since we could manually jump in Assassin's Creed. Shadows is naturally comparison to games like Rise of the Ronin and Ghost of
Sing us a
Tsushima.
song.
You know what those two have in common that Shadows
We need an
doesn't?
epic tale.
They have manual jump buttons.
Gunnar the Ugly was an excellent sailor who piloted a longship entirely on his own. This is why King Sigvaldi kept him around. All other matters, Gunnar was
Hold on, good scout.
Extension of the parkour than a replacement like it did in Syndicate. I can't really imagine scaling some of those large castles without it. That is good. I like that. That is good. Aside from that, nothing is that different mechanically from this parkour system we've had since Origins. There are new animations, now way is faster, and parkour down is more consistent and reliable. This is like putting small bandages on a massive wound. They help, but it's still bleeding. You can dress up the parkour system to look as fancy as you'd like with all the flips, and that might work on some people. After all, a decent amount of people believe Unity has the best parkour system in the series, despite its mechanics mechanics being more shallow and limited than the classic parkour system. That's because of its amazing-looking animations. For those who've engaged with parkour in this series on a deeper mechanical level, they will instantly realize the hollowness of what has actually changed here. It's still barely different on a mechanical level from the last 4 games. And that's only a piece of it. The other piece is world design. The way the RPG games are designed are inherently bound for race.
Let's hit the bastards!
Because you are such a massive world with open space to explore, the Force is typically your main mode of traversal for getting around, as opposed to how it was before in the older games. The Force affords a far more engaging and stimulating form of traversal that had a learning curve and a skill ceiling to it.
Hey, come here a moment.
You start mapping out your routes ahead of time in your head, getting more comfortable with some of the advanced moves. It made you think. You're not doing any critical thinking riding a horse in an open space. What is there to think about or get better at?
Help me out here!
So parkour is mostly only viable in cities. There are some dense cities in Shadows, Kyoto being the largest one, but they don't feel particularly well designed for parkour.
Help!
Cities have parkour design like Venice, Constantinople, Havana, Rome, Paris, or Baghdad. And again, this is with Naue. With Yasuke, you can pretty much forget about it. It's the same, only it's way slower, can't reach higher handholds, doesn't have the fancy animations, and ropes break when he steps on them. It's been 8 years and 5 games of the same parkour system. It's barely changed or improved since its first iteration.
You're finished!
It's time to stop treating the symptoms with little remedies and just put this parkour system out of its misery. To get parkour back to where it needs to be in the future, we need to move on. The final Assassin's Creed gameplay pillar after stealth and parkour is combat. I've personally never really been the biggest fan of the RPG hitbox system we've also had since Origins. My preference had always been the counter-based system from the older games that in my opinion peaked at AC3. With that being said, I do believe Shadows has the best iteration of this RPG hitbox combat, not to this point. Although it used to work on very much in Origins, the combat in Shadows has been better than its RPG predecessor. What you and your enemies as your attacks in the form of charged light and heavy, and you can mix in and combo, it's more possibilities and combinations to string together. Solid enemy variety with 6 different factions, outlaws, Ashigaru, Ronin, samurai,
Hey, come here!
very different. For example, outlaws actually very more fragments, enemies like the samurai have more better defensive armor, and more control style. There's more variety in the types of attacks too, with the introduction of flurry attacks. These are indicated with a light blue point in contrast to the red of unblockable. This is a combo attack that you either have to dodge or parry. Parrying them all rewards you with putting that enemy in a vulnerable state, highlighted by the orange glow. You can take the advantage to deal more damage. There's quite a bit of human enemy variety this time around. There's no animal or monster enemy types in this game like the previous RPGs. Mainly because Shadows is a far more grounded experience than those games.
Give me a hand!
Make no mistake, it's still a
Going to smash you! With me, brother!
Come, help me with this. Give me a hand over here. Hey, can't do this alone.
Riri!
With me, here!
Come, brothers. Let's end this.
We have this!
Give me a hand with this! Jesus God, my blows! Hey! Can't do this alone! Help me out here!
Try to flank!
Give me a hand!
Making's here!
duty, men!
Not much longer, dwarves! Get back here!
Come here!
Must be treasure. A hand here, Avon?
Hey! Come here a moment!
Me in a vulnerable state, highlighted by this might be the worst idea I've ever had. I've never played this game before, and I decided the best way to play it for the first time would be for a video. What's happening? My God, I'm getting scared by the. More specifically, a challenge when I die the video ends. I've seen like little clips of it here and there, and I've seen like videos about why the Xenomorph AI is like one of the best AI in a video game ever or something. I'm basically going into this completely blind, which usually for these challenge when I die the video ends videos, I've at least played the game before, or I'm at least somewhat familiar with it. I'm gonna suffer for your entertainment here. Does this game have difficulty options? Start game. I always make myself play on the hardest difficulty for these. I've never played the game before though, that's such a bad idea. The recommended way to this risk it. Oh, I guess we're doing Nightmare. Am I gonna die in like the first 30 seconds? How hard actually is this game? Should I do hard? I have too much pride to do hard mode. I gotta do Nightmare. Whatever, let's do it. This is such a bad idea. For experienced survival experts. Oh god. Yeah, so not for first time players is what you're saying. Why am I doing this one? This one? Show that they're not going to throw anything too difficult at me off rip, right? Right? Where am I? Okay, okay. What am I supposed to do? Sign in. Surely nothing too crazy yet, right? Get dressed. Use your registration points to manually... Oh, okay. That's kind of cool. It says to get dressed. Where? This way? Oh, person. Use your code to change. dead? I didn't expect them to go out that quickly and that easily. I thought we'd at least get inside first. Okay, I assume this is where death becomes a possibility. Oh. Not that saving is gonna do any good when I only get one life, but everything's gonna be okay. What? Oh, I don't think I'm built for this, I'm gonna be honest. Oh, the sound design is freaking me out, man. I can't really see much. You're so funny. Go through this? Well, yeah, probably. Oh my god! R. Should I be on this? This doesn't seem very safe. I don't think I want the video to end on a conveyor belt. Totally normal. Another flamethrower fuel. A flamethrower? What is that? Am I hearing things? I think I'm hearing myself. God, this game is making me paranoid. It's really dark in here.
Anyone here?
You know, I just love when horror characters have to ask if anybody's there. It's clear that nobody's there, aside from things wanting to kill you. Let's save. Oh, lights. I like lights. Lights are good. Right? We should go find out the code is 0340.
We fight!
People! Wait! God, wait! Where are you going? Wait up! They went this way, right? Go that way. This is the passcode thing, 0340. Nice. They're gonna put a jump scare in the whole room, right? Why are objects just randomly moving? Not. What it? I swear I heard my footsteps or something. Unless that was just me again. Ion torch required. This is stupid alien gonna show up, man. I'm dreading that. It's like the big thing I know about this game. Excuse me? Help! Contact with Oh, it's over. No, it's over. It's over. I don't want to keep going. I think I'm good here. See, I don't want to use the flare. It's so dark though. Oh my god. Let's just head towards the sounds. That's always a good idea. Oh, they got air hockey here? Air hockey in space? Oh, a flare. You know what? I'm not afraid. I'm really not. I'm fine. so far. Oh yeah, this looks cozy. Don't tell me it's gonna pop out at me in here. It's gonna pop out at me in here. Why are we heading towards the stone? No! Oh, I wonder what knocks these around. It's probably just a rat. Dude, this is like, I keep expecting it to show up, and it's not showing up yet. And I just feel like I'm constantly on edge for it to show up. Really, you don't say it. Who gave you that impression? I mean, you're killing me with these sounds. If it's gonna show up, just have it show up already. Okay, I take that back. I'm actually not ready. But the anticipation is kind of killing me. So
Yeah, you go open the door.
That's a person. That's a person. I'm just gonna clumsily stumble my way through this.
You can put it right there.
On the bed?
Yeah.
To anything that's happening. This kind of reminds me of like Resident Evil 7's opening. Which might sound like a weird comparison, but just like in terms of pacing, like it's a bit kind of slow and it's building, and you're just kind of waiting for the moment everything starts to go crazy. I've got like a similar lingering dread I had when I first played that game. Oh, that's probably nothing. Oh, I just realized there's a dead guy in there. That's nice. Alright, you know what? I can't see anything. I feel like I'm supposed to go through here, right? But can I go back? Maybe I'm not ready for that area yet? Okay. Fine. That means this is where the alien's gonna show up. I kinda wish I had like a heart rate monitor for this video. Okay, this flare is actually really annoying. I'm just gonna place it there. Hold to hide. Oh, why am I gonna need to hide? Getting chased is actually like my least favorite thing in horror games. Especially in first person, you can't like throw around it. Oh no. Okay, well let's remember this is here. This has been a lot of build up. Like, oh my god, it's driving me crazy. Just, when is it gonna show up? Another dead body. What's on that?
Yeah.
That's nice. I'll diffuse the tension a little bit. Relax. It's just a game. It's just a game. Just a game. I don't like that the lights are flickering. I mean, you didn't see the body from the other side. Oh, the maintenance jack. We need that. Now, once I pick this thing up, it's going to trigger that thing. It's going to start chasing me, and I'm going to have to hide, and I don't want to, so I'm not going to pick it up. Just check the rest of the room before I pick that up. Okay. No, I know how this works, man. I've played horror games. I know, like, once you pick up the key item and start going back to where you're supposed to go, that's when the thing shows up. Oh, ew. Why that sound effect? When is it gonna pop up? When is it? Just get it over with, please. I can't take this anymore. Just get it over with. It put that thing to hide on purpose. It's gonna want me to hide there. Where is it? Where? Stop with the sound effects! Oh, I'm hiding. I don't care. Where's it at? I'll stay here the whole time, and this video will just never end. So I'm supposed to go to the main door, because now I have the red. Okay, yeah. And this thing is going to start chasing me once I get the main door. Or it's not even going to let me get the main door. Why did I do this video? I can't even speak. I really wish I didn't. What's happening? Cutscene? Okay. Cutscene's fine. Alright. I just got that.
Like what?
A killer. Did you get it?
Okay.
Probably gonna kill this guy.
I need to find cops. I need to contact my ship.
This guy is so dead. I've got a friend. It's nice to have a friend, you know? So wandering through this place all isolated.
Is the bed back there?
Hard to keep my distance.
Oh, were you the guy I saw like running around?
Hey, don't move.
Okay. We're not looking for trouble. We're trying to get to comms. Can you help us?
We don't need their help.
I mean, why don't we all just like work together though? Like, 4's better than 2, you know what I'm saying? Okay. This lighting is beautiful. I'm just waiting for this guy to die right in front of me. It's inevitable.
Like I said, there's a killer.
What are you saying? A psycho? A person?
No, something else. A monster.
I don't know why you're surprised. We literally saw like 3 bodies on the way here. Dude, can you walk faster? Hold control and move keys to lean. And oh. Okay.
Shit, open a key. This way. Get down.
Oh, what? I didn't think we'd be fighting humans in this game. Like, I knew about the alien, obviously, the xenomorph, but...
You've been living here?
What can I say? My brother's on holiday.
A little flashlight? That's actually... Don't mind if I do. Should be an improvement over the flare. Why? Can we chill it with the dramatic sound effects on everything? We'll have to reload.
Let's go.
I gotta reload this thing. Well, if I need to reload it, then I want to, like, use it sparingly.
There's another thing back here somewhere. I marked it so we won't forget it.
This one? No.
Is this it?
This one? Dude, stop knocking all that stuff around. I mean, I don't know how long I've been playing. I'm not dead yet, so I've already survived longer than expected. But I also haven't even had a chance to die yet, so I wasn't sure how quickly this game would put you into the action. Thankfully, it's a bit of a slower burn to start. Yeah, I don't want to use the flashlight constantly.
Yeah, I hear you. Will do.
These guys about to die?
Follow me.
What? How? You just got sliced in half, dude. Can I, like, zoom? No, I don't think so. I'm being quiet. Oh, wait, I forgot you can lean.
What's the emergency? Someone else has been here. Everyone, stay alert. Keep your guns tight.
We're still going to get through there. The door at the end.
That one? Diversion. Yeah. Where's the generator?
Thanks.
I don't know where the generator is. I assume it's this way? Not here. Is it over here? Oh, there's a vent. Hold on. What just happened? Okay, let's go down here. Where is this? They see me. Run, 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 run. This way, right? Was that scripted? Like, were they supposed to see me there and shoot? Or did I just get spotted? Oh, I don't know. I will say this game does have a slower paced opening than I thought, but I quite like that, actually. It's really building the tension.
Let's just hope your ship's still there.
Yeah, well, this is obviously not going to work. Axel, where'd you go? Come on.
Got it. We need to activate both consoles at the same time to open it. I'll do this one. You go to the one on the other side.
Okay.
On the other side. I don't really like that we're splitting up, but... Oh, he's gonna die. There's like a glass here, so I can see he's gonna die here.
On 3. 1.
He's dead. He's so dead. He's so dead. Yeah. I'll say that. Axel! No! Get off him! Oh. Alright, that might have been a little excessive.
We need to go! No! Hey, you bastard!
I can't move. Okay, okay.
They killed him!
No, he just fell. He's... What? I can't move. Oh.
Yes, it's about survival. If I go on me.
Oh, there it is. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do?
What's happening?
Alright, well, rest in peace, Axel. I'm alone again. Well, it's definitely gonna show up soon. Call transit. It's not gonna start coming after me, is it? What's with the music? Chill. I don't like this music.
24/7 personal. What's good, Mike?
This might be the worst idea I've ever had. Use my flashlight, it's too dark. Just brought me over here. Okay, little shortcut. Another human. Take the elevator. Hey. What? Just shooting on sight? Alright, where do I go? Just shot me! Wow, the people here are rude. Maybe I need to hide from these people. Maybe... Are you serious? Maybe just like ask me who I am and what I'm doing first? I don't want to die to a human. That would be so lame. You can't die to a human in a game called Alien Isolation. Where are they? You hear them? Oh, there's one all the way back there. He's coming this way. What? Where do I go? What?
There are rules. We are nothing if we do not abide by the Assassin's Creed. 3 single tenets, which you seem to forget. I will remind you. Stay your blade from the flashing edge. The second tenet is that which gives us strength. Hide in plain sight. Let them move past the such that you become one with the ground. You heard them? Hide in plain sight. Leave your voice to my ancestors. They are the heart. Let these tenets be read in your mind to follow. Be lifted. Faithful to the letter. Work in the dark. Serve the light. We are assassins. Right.
I think back on that opening scene between Al-Mualim and Altair in the original game a lot. Al-Mualim is not only putting Altair in his place and reminding him of the tenets and rules an assassin must follow, but he's also telling us for the first time as players what being an assassin in Assassin's Creed means. What they are, how they do what they do, and what they value. Altair, as a result of his natural skill, talent, being the youngest master assassin in the Creed's history, leaves himself above these tenets. He kills the innocent man, he exposes himself to striking, he leads the Templars back to Marcion Castle, directly causing the deaths of his brothers. To make matters worse, he doesn't even seem to show much remorse for any of it. He doesn't even see that what he did was wrong. So Al-Mualim forces him to start over, and we discover what it is to be a member of the Brotherhood, as we as players came to discover it for the first time. Don't kill innocents, don't compromise the Brotherhood, never purposely expose or draw attention to yourself. Be a mere blade
Or
if it has
lends
it
me
then.
strength.
But even if it does, is it going to see any improvement from its previous iterations? I wanted to further dive into what social stealth brings to Assassin's Creed and how it makes it unique, while also taking a big picture look at the franchise to see the evolution of social stealth, or rather, lack thereof, throughout the series, some possible solutions to make it better if and when it comes back. There are tons of games and game series out there where you play some type of stealthy killer that lurks in the shadows and stabs people in the back. Whether it's thieves, assassins, hitmen, spies, or ninjas, there are endless games with stealth elements in them. Assassin's Creed has every opportunity to be unique and different from those games. The potential social stealth has as a foundational pillar of assassin gameplay, but it consistently squanders it. Like Patrice Désilets said, unfortunately social stealth isn't popular nor trendy, so the series has had no interest in investing in it as a core part of the Assassin's Creed experience again. But really, it's what makes the assassins in Assassin's Creed distinct from all the other stealthy killers in video games, aside from maybe the rogues and the hidden blade. Assassins don't just hide in the shadows, they hide in plain sight. Not to mention, social stealth gives NPCs more interactivity and influence as opposed to being mere set dressing. It's one thing to have a world densely populated with NPCs with a sense of life and busyness, but it's another when you can actually take advantage and use that within gameplay. Not a lot of games do that and allow for that type of interaction. Going even just beyond social stealth in the original Assassin's Creed games where you actually move crowds and around people matter, the general push and tactic mechanics. I miss having that level of interactivity with crowds and NPCs in these games, and I always felt there was an opportunity to push it even further. They had something here. Social stealth has always had so much potential to be more than it was in Assassin's Creed. And bearing such thematic importance to the identity of an assassin, it should have received a lot more focus and progressive iteration in these games. Really, past Assassin's Creed 2, there was very, very little change to how social stealth in Assassin's Creed worked. They gave up on trying to improve it, and eventually decided to just abandon it, then bring it back, still not improve it, and abandon it again. The big change Assassin's Creed 2 made coming off of the original game was allowing you to not just blend with a group of similarly dressed monks, but with any civilian NPC. So long as there are two nearby, you effectively become invisible to enemy detection, kind of like a moving haystack. This made crowd blending more viable and less situational, with the trade-off of it looking far less believable. As a man dressed in bright white and red robes and an entire
May you speed on to the Old Father's feast.
Umbrella is being able to throw coins for him.
It's
then
covered.
making big sweeping initial changes. Really the only significant change is enemies will automatically walk at the same speed as enemies you're blending with, which is a small but nice quality of life improvement, since it could be a little awkward or janky trying to jam yourself into a crowd of people and keep up or slow down with the exact speed of their walking. This way it's easier and more consistent to stay in a crowd blend. Those games didn't really expand on social stealth in a meaningful way, but at least it was still have plenty of missions in the open world designed with it in mind.
We beat the Raven this day!
For Assassin's Creed 3 though. Obviously, EC3 brought a big shift in really every find it more enjoyable than the stealth mechanics, and to be fair, the game pushes for a more aggressive combat style than the previous Assassin's Creed games did. Traditional stealth doesn't feel like much of a try to power Creed is social stealth. You can't hire factions anymore. It's harder to find substantial like they said, straight from Boston and New York. Frontier, you can obviously forget about it. The cities outside of the Creed, you see them so scattered and spaced out, making the mechanic feel obsolete at times. However, AC3 did have the ability to alliance, giving you a to blend with, while simultaneously drawing any nearby guards away from their posts, along with some missions, particularly in Adam's portion of the game, designed around blending and eavesdropping. Assassin's Creed 3 also has a lot of new, unique blending animations where Connor and Adam will perform different actions to blend with their environment, like leaning against a wall or sitting on a fence or barrel, actually communicating with the groups they're blending with on several occasions. There's a lot of really cool animations, and variety can be useful in different situations, but beyond these small changes, AC3 really had no interest in trying to expand on social stealth or put it at the forefront of gameplay. However, its little
Give me a hand over here!
did. Liberation is one of the few AC titles after EC2 that actually tried to improve social stealth and make it a focal point, which is kind of sad considering it's not even the main title of the series, but it really did this with its Persona 3 which really is the best part of the entire game. Evelyn has 3 different personas she can equip to adapt and better blend with the specific environment she's looking to infiltrate, and then different societies that she can dress as a slave, noble lady, or as an assassin, each providing different benefits and disadvantages.
Alright! We have what we came for! Let's go!
Assassin's Creed protagonist, full range of motion, every weapon and tool easily accessible. However, she can't crowd blend and is always notorious since the guards are aware of what she looks like. So you really have to be careful to avoid detection when roaming the open world. The lady persona helps Evelyn blend with the higher society at fancy balls and banquets. She only gets access to her hidden blade, blow darts, and smoke bombs with this persona, and she can't jump, climb, or sprint. But this is the most incognito of her disguises. She still can't crowd blend, but notoriety fills up the slowest as the lady. She can charm gentlemen to lure them into a location to either steal or assassinate, and she gets the perfect social stealth weapon with a blowgun concealed inside of an umbrella, subtly poisoning people with a couple of inconspicuous movements, then watching them fall to the ground as nearby players fail to understand what even happened. The slave persona has full range of motion, including gaining notoriety like the assassin persona, but allows Evelyn to infiltrate and blend with slaves by working or carrying crates, meaning she can blend in ways other than simply crowd blending or sitting between 2 people on a bench, like in most Assassin's Creed games. And this is the only persona where she can do those regular forms of blending as well, as her outfit doesn't stand out nearly as much as the assassin and the lady. Evelyn has a way to all levels of society and adapts to what the situation calls for. This is really the only Assassin's Creed game where what you're wearing actually impacts how the world and NPCs react to you. There were some really interesting and promising ideas about the persona system and liberation that contributed quite a bit to social stealth and the Creed's second tenet of hiding in plain sight, but unfortunately those additions began and ended with liberation. As Black Flag thanks to the crowd density and reintroduction of hiring factions you can blend with from the Ezio trilogy. A lot of people praise Black Flag
You
for being
mostly, Archer.
the feel of a pirate game with an Assassin's Creed game very well. Well, I'm certainly not.
The true gods, the old ones. To be killed by you holds honor. Killing holds all glory.
game for social stealth in the series, it manages to make it feel more prevalent and useful than some of the recent AC games that tried to accomplish a similar marriage of player fantasies. And then, to no surprise, Rogue is very similar in that you spend a lot of time on a ship in more sparsely populated areas, but still having a couple big cities like Albany and New York, with substantial enough crowds for blending to be effective within those areas. And to even though Shade is more, he was of course trained as an assassin and continues to operate like one without rogue, so it makes plenty of sense that he would still be hiding in plain sight, using crowds in the environment to his advantage when possible. The final mission at Versailles being the perfect example, which is a nice segue into what many consider to be one of the best games for social stealth in the entire franchise, Assassin's Creed Unity. This is less so because of any new mechanics or additions to social stealth, and more so because of Unity's crowds and black box assassinations. Unity by far has the largest and densest crowds of NPCs out of any game in the series. This makes the opportunity for crowd blending in Unity quite flexible, and it can feel incredibly atmospheric moving through a raging crowd on the streets of revolutionary Paris. It's also a little easier to believe Arno could blend with these people because of all the chaos and violence. That crowd in a hood with a sword on his belt doesn't actually look too out of place in the French Revolution. Being able to blend into the open world is one thing though, it's another when you have black box assassinations that present social stealth as a primary strategy to reach your targets, like Unity occasionally does. There's a few assassinations with these massive crowds to provide you with safe cover to get within striking range of a target. On the Latouche assassination, you can just walk through the crowd, through the skies, right up to Latouche and kill him in an instant. There's a few other missions designed with these large crowds that can provide you with an advantage, but as immersive as the crowds look, they're very stationary. So crowd blending in them isn't as useful as it could be. The only real way to manipulate a crowd into moving to the area you want is by throwing coins. It should be hard if you got it. Well, and I like how they use animation, pretending to pick up the coins like everybody else. It would have been far more useful if there were more ways to maneuver these large crowds of people into an advantageous position. Going back to some of those gameplay demos from Unity's marketing campaign, where they show the ability to inspire crowds to actually rush at and attack guards. What I would expect, but of course that actually ended up in the final product. These things are new though. Crowd blending, sitting on benches, throwing coins is all standard in there since AC2. Unity's new addition is Disguise, which is originally from the Assassin's Creed episodes. Temporarily take the identity of a targeted NPC with an animus hack. If you sprint or do any sort of action like assassination, sprinting, climbing, or just get too close and stared down by a guard, it'll burn the disguise. It takes the idea of blending with your environment and acting socially acceptable very literally. It's kind of Hitman-esque with an animus spin. I like the idea
You wish
of the
you were a
mechanic.
raider,
Disguises
a
are one of
dringer.
the clearest ways for the series to
Farvel,
expand
sword
social
clothing.
stealth. I just never really liked the aesthetic of it. I get it's an animus hack, but it kind of shatters immersion seeing Arno shapeshift into another human being with the press of a button. It was a more realistic implementation, like Hitman's disguises, that might have been more welcome, but this mechanic was immediately dropped in Syndicate anyway. Instead, Syndicate replaced it with kidnapping, which similarly can look a little silly, the way you just hold the NPC's arm to get them to comply and make yourself completely inconspicuous, but it's actually very strong and useful, far more than the crowd blending is in this game, especially in those black box assassinations. Syndicate doesn't have nearly the same NPC density as Unity. The streets of London are far less cramped and narrow, so it's not as easy or practical to blend, and you're not going to find as many large forming crowds as revolutionary Paris, even though this game does still have a good amount of NPCs throughout the city. Furthermore, the act of blending itself is a little more difficult in Syndicate, since NPCs will get angry with you for just standing there blending in with them, which is more realistic. I mean, I'd feel weird too if I was talking with some friends and then some random dude in a top hat just walks in, stands there, and doesn't say anything. And you'll get a similar reaction for bumping into that. For those who are always bothered by the believability of crowd blending while wearing dripped out assassin robes and stocked up with visible weapons, Syndicate, like Liberation, is more believable in that regard. As Jacob and Evie have concealed weapons, many of their outfits are a little more standard for the time and don't stand out nearly as much, though I guess that can still change if you decide to wear like Alexio's or Xiao Yun's outfit anyway, and they only wear their hoods when crouching. So if we're talking from a pure realism standpoint, Syndicate's social stealth is one of the more realistic iterations of the series, but that doesn't exactly mean it's more practical and fun. They even removed the ability to throw coins that had been there since AC2. To be honest, I don't think many people used it anyway, so it's not like that's a major loss. Kidnapping is really what social stealth is all about in this game in particular, and to be honest, it's a mechanic I'd like to see return at some point. It's very disappointing to see social stealth get so little attention and very few changes though, from its second iteration in AC2, and at the time its last in Syndicate, as Origins and Odyssey would choose to abandon it completely. From a gameplay standpoint, Origins is basically a total reset for the series. Pretty much everything was recreated from scratch, meaning many features and mechanics that had been in the series for years were stripped back or omitted completely. Social stealth being one such casualty. Now, the Origins team did apparently try to implement it, but claimed it didn't work within the game's different systems. Not exactly sure what that means, but with Origins NPC density, social stealth may not have been very useful anyway. And many people can justify its absence narratively because Bayek isn't an assassin, and the hide-in-plain-sight tenet of the Creed hadn't even been established yet. Even though that's not the real reason developers chose to forego it in the first place, and kind of feels like a convenient excuse to have missing features from the game that had been in the series for a decade at that point. And there could have been a point in either the base game itself or in one of the DLCs where Bayek learns social stealth and how to blend. It showed the origins of hiding in plain sight. After all, they showed us the origins of the first tenet, of Innocence in the Hidden Ones DLC. So if they wanted social stealth in this game, they probably could have found a way to make it work. But if Origins didn't have social stealth, it's not surprising in the least that Odyssey continued that trend, as Odyssey really had no interest in providing an assassin player fantasy. I'm not opening that whole can of worms about whether that's good or bad in this video. I'm just saying objectively that's not the kind of experience Odyssey was trying to provide. So it's no surprise that social stealth wasn't on use on Quebec's list of priorities. attacking / distracting a nearby group of guards. Walking on a set path through a restricted area appears to lend to that. Missions in certain designated areas within Baghdad would be far more limited and restricted in context. Baghdad as a city is pretty well designed for social stealth, since it's very dense with bustling narrow streets, lots of benches to blend on, and they even brought back bench assassinations. But kind of similar to Valhalla, guards don't really move around much in the open world, so it's rare to sit on a bench and have a guard walk past you for an assassination opportunity. Missile is over to you. The NPC density is solid in this game, although NPCs don't travel nearly as much as the old games, making crowd blending a little challenging sometimes. The default movement in Mirage is also being jog and walk like the old games, so trying to slowly walk in front of the crowd can feel janky. The game is automatically slow down your movement and have you match the same speed as the NPCs you're in a blend with, which certainly helps, but it'd feel a lot smoother if you had more fine-tuned control over your movement, like the Creed Origins.
Agent data can be compromised if you have an unprotected connection. With Optimum Business Secure Fiber Internet, built-in security protects your data. So business stays moving. Get business with fiber starting at $65 a month. Optimum Business.
And I can show that my locations have increased. You can set email and voice notes in the chat, and people don't expect that. So I love that I can add those touches.
Another old system Mirage brings back is notoriety. Always kind of went hand in hand with social stealth in the open world, because without your kills, guards will start detecting you and free roam on the streets, encouraging the use of blending and hiring factions to avoid their gaze. There wouldn't be much use to social stealth in without notoriety. The only reason Valhalla was able to do it was because it used distrust areas.
We sweat and toil to reach this moment.
Actually point you out to guards if your notoriety is high enough, or if you try to steal from them, for example. Blending can be very useful when trying to avoid those deadly bounty hunters that show
This
up
god,
when you reach
or
max
that.
notoriety. Sort of like
A good
Unity,
feast with
Mirage has
fresh
some
battle
missions
milk
that
on your
encourage
brows
the use
is
of
not
social
something you
stealth.
will ever
Black
taste
box
again.
missions like the Alcohol Assassination, the Grand Auction, and the House of Wisdom have an ample opportunity for social stealth, with crowd blending, sitting on benches, and eavesdropping, and wearing disguises. Those are my favorite missions of the entire game. I wish there were more like them. Mirage brought social stealth pretty close back to what it was in the series beforehand, which, as we already discussed, could have and should have received a lot more focus and attention in those games. But at the very least, Mirage was a step back in the right direction for social stealth, and making hiding in plain sight an important pillar of assassin gameplay again. I remember at the time being excited about the prospect of them only expanding and improving upon this foundation in future titles. That excitement was quickly crushed when I saw that social stealth was yet again being abandoned in Assassin's Creed Shadows. For Shadows, Ubisoft Quebec was all about prioritizing traditional light-based stealth, the Splinter Cell games. And to the game's credit, I think Shadows has some of the best traditional stealth mechanics of the series, but it's all about hiding the shadows, so hiding in plain sight just wasn't a part of the vision. I had a comment on my Shadows review saying something along the lines of, hiding the shadows is kind of the same as hiding in plain sight, and I get what that person meant, because you can technically hide right in front of people without them seeing you, but that's actually the opposite meaning. Hiding in plain sight means you're entirely invisible to an enemy's view, but they don't really see you or notice you, because in the case of social stealth, you're acting like everyone else around you. By hiding in the dark, the shadows, you're concealed, you're hiding somewhere the enemy can't physically see you, so that can't be hiding in plain sight. Again, if we go back to that original scene of Outlaw Lim lecturing Altair, that's not how he describes the Tenet. that's one of the most obvious ways that you can think about working out social stealth. Placing markers on appearance and mixing it directly with customization. The player has some agency over how much they want to blend in. I think the other obvious way to add social stealth is disguises. The series has used disguises here and there. Like uses disguise beginning. Some of the games disguise specific mission to be fully incognito, but they could easily take that further. Again, you look at Hitman, which is really the only other stealth-based franchise out there. You can take out and use different NPC disguises and move through restricted areas at will. But it's not simply take a disguise and you've suddenly got free access everywhere. Since you need different disguises for different parts of the level, and some higher-ranking NPCs will still see through your disguise and recognize you don't belong there anyway. I'm not saying Assassin's Creed needs a disguise system exactly like this, but supporting an opportunity to use disguises will be welcome, rather than just a couple missions where the game gives you a disguise and you're just invisible throughout the whole level. It's way more engaging when, like Hitman, we're left to our own devices and don't formally plan to steal and wear a disguise ourselves. And then there's always some wrinkles and risk that you can get detected even with one button. Another game I think Assassin's Creed could look to as an example, ironically enough, was a game that was being made by Ubisoft before it was eventually scrapped and completely redesigned. That's the original concept for social self-conviction. For those that don't know, in 2006, Ubisoft unveiled social self-conviction for the first time. It was completely different from the game that ended up releasing 4 years later, as it was essentially a social stealth game. They didn't call it social stealth because
Feel my breath on your neck!
the term hadn't even come out yet. But the whole idea was to play as a fugitive Sam Fisher on the run, complete missions by blending the environment and creating diversions to different sandbox levels, with an emphasis on hand-to-hand combat and the ability to pick things up in your environment and use your weapons. It's kind of like this weird blend of modern-day Assassin's Creed and Hitman. Sam's even more hoodlum knows Assassin's Creed. It was a very cool idea, but very difficult to put herself at in. It's not much of a surprise that it was met with mixed reactions and scrapped. However, I personally love an Assassin's Creed game like this. A game focused entirely around social stealth.
You yellow
that
dog!
works Assassin's Creed really well. I don't think you would ever do it, since it would obviously be missing the open world component that appeals to this broader audience they want to cultivate. But even so, there were some things this game was going to do that Assassin's Creed could implement. More ways to create distractions and conversions to draw people's attention so you can slip by them unnoticed. Or giving NPCs more intelligence and awareness.
Strive as you strive to achieve the perfection of the ancient ones.
Pagan?
To be pagan is perfect.
No croak for me?
You could crowd blend and follow people in this game, but if you did it for too long, they would catch on and confront you, just adding a little more depth and challenge to standard crowd blending. Another way they could expand on social stealth is right there in the name. Give us ways to talk ourselves in and out of situations and persuade people. Let us be more social. There could either be some type of speech or persuasion stat with its own skill tree and abilities or something. And finally, I briefly mentioned it earlier, but we need more ways to manipulate crowds of people to our advantage. Whether it's starting riots or tricking them into flooding a designated area, a large crowd can only be so useful when it's entirely static. They need to be more fluid and dynamic for it to reach its full gameplay potential. These are just some possible solutions that would, in my opinion, add some much needed depth and engagement to a pillar of the Assassin's Creed gameplay loop that's always been left pretty neglected in these games. But social stealth would actually have to come back for that to even be a possibility to begin with, of course, which isn't a given. I think it will come back at some point just because of the fan demand for it, but there's no guarantee that will be anytime soon. Based on the limited information we know about the new upcoming PC titles, they don't exactly sound like games that would make social stealth a priority. The Black Flag remake might be a good bet, since after all, the original had it, and from the sounds of it, that remake is going to be far more similar to the RPG games, so I wouldn't say social stealth is a given in that game either. And that's still only half the issue. The other is assuming it does come back, will it see any improvement or intense that improvement from its past iterations? Or will it continue to feel like something that's just tacked on and not given much thought to keep old fans satisfied and not making videos like this one? I believe social stealth should always have a place in Assassin's Creed, given its narrative importance and the unique approach it brings to Assassin stealth gameplay, because, again, not many games do that. It's something the series should be embracing and leaning into further, whereas of right now it feels like the complete opposite. You have something unique that could really set Assassin's Creed apart from all these other generic stealth action games. But I feel like I'm just yelling into the void at this point. One day, brothers, I hope one day we will be amongst the crowds again. Thank you for watching. That's not to say I had an absolutely miserable time in that first playthrough 6 years ago. There were still parts of the experience I enjoyed, but my overall takeaway from it when I first played it was, this isn't my Assassin's Creed. It was missing a lot of what I personally loved and valued in the series, so it was very hard for me to just enjoy the game for what it was. When I made this YouTube channel a year later, it was an outlet express a lot of my frustrations with the game and the overall direction the series was heading in. However, as time passed and I briefly revisited the game for videos and spoke with people in my comments who did really like the game, my stance on Odyssey softened a little bit as I began to understand what people loved about it, looked back on it through a different lens with a more open mind. I don't want to be too harsh on my younger self. He was new to YouTube and doing the best he could, but that's what I think I was, closed-minded. I held on very strongly to the idea that this isn't my Assassin's Creed, and refused to acknowledge a lot of the game's positives. So this has been an experience I've been eagerly awaiting for a while, to go back to Assassin's Creed Odyssey, replay the game in full, as it's been several years since I've done so, and give it the fair chance I've had. Not give it a chance because of what I personally think. Going back now with a more open mind, I got to see if I would actually enjoy my time with it or not, so I can share that experience with you guys. Make no mistake, I have been and will always be a champion of the old formula of Assassin's Creed. Those games are what got me to love this series, kept me hooked on it for so long, to the point where I basically made a career out of talking about and playing them. I mean, Assassin's Creed is on my mind almost every hour of every day. It's a special kind of joy and pleasure. Believe me, there are times where I think, why couldn't I be a super fan of a better series? All this to say though, while I will always prefer the Assassin's Creed of old to the RPGs, I still want to keep an open mind and try to enjoy these games for what they are. Not that I dislike the RPG genre either. I like RPGs. Witcher 3 is my favorite video game of all time, and Odyssey clearly takes a lot of inspiration from it. It was just never the kind of experience I wanted out of Assassin's Creed. It's not what I play Assassin's Creed for. If you prefer the RPGs in Assassin's Creed, that's totally fine. But I'm just here to give my own personal opinion after replaying Odyssey 6 years later, the things I like about it, the things I don't. There's an ample amount of both, so I'm going to express my feelings about the game the best I can. This game is also probably the most relevant it's been since its release, as the same team that made Odyssey launches the game they've been working on since in February of next year, assuming it doesn't get delayed again. And I'm curious to see when Shadows launches, how it differs from Odyssey, how the reception and feedback to that game may have impacted Ubisoft's next choices and direction when developing Shadows. So we're probably in for a long ride. I don't even know how long it will be. I hope you'll enjoy this Odyssey this year later.
Farewell. The trolls await.
How does Priceline get so many deals all in one end? Skillful negotiation.
It's pretty crazy to realize it's already been 6 years since Odyssey released. It came out only a year after Origins, which, looking back, is insane. To think that we got two massive games in Origins and Odyssey in back-to-back years, it felt normal at the time because AC had almost always been an annual franchise for the most part up until that point. But having two 50 to 100 hour RPG experiences in back-to-back years is absurd. You're not seeing that happen in other big AAA game series. There are other annual release game series out there, obviously,
Let's go, Viking!
Pathetic! Don't want to, brother. Take you! Help me, idiot! What? You! Right, damn you!
Help me with this! Give me a hand with this! Hell with you!
I feel great.
Hey! Can't do this alone!
Come, don't be shy. Have you looked at every... Made with the finest ingredients. Ooh, this one is very hard to come by.
Portray the Peloponnesian War. What reason in the scope of the series does this game have for existing? What justification does it have for having Assassin's Creed in its title? What does it really bring or add to the general narrative? We had just gotten the origin story of the Assassin's Creed, starting as the Hidden Ones from Origins the year prior.
Oh, this is a nice one. These are locally sourced.
400 years later. So after telling the origin story of the faction this entire series is about, to immediately set the next game before even that,
I'm giving you such a good deal.
100 years before that is puzzling.
This comes from a faraway land.
Time enjoying the game when it came out, because I just couldn't understand why this story in particular needed to be told in the scope of the franchise. Back then, you played an Assassin's Creed game, and you expected to play as an assassin, or proto-assassin.
You won't regret this.
Be about and heavily involve the Assassin's Creed, or at least you did up until that point, because that's what every game in the franchise was about, even in those you weren't always playing as an assassin. It's why I believe Odyssey is not a good option to be your
This is
first
a
Assassin's
must-have.
Creed game, despite being the earliest chronologically in the timeline, because you won't really get what Assassin's Creed is about at its core by playing this game, especially when it comes to trying to get a grasp on what the overall narrative is about. What's the Assassin's Creed? What's a Templar? What in the world is happening with this random modern-day storyline? If you had someone who had no idea what Assassin's Creed was about and had them play Odyssey, they're not going to be much closer to understanding. Sure, Odyssey has pieces and similar themes to the rest of the franchise.
What a stunning choice.
For civilization than any other AC game has been on the timeline, there is a
Can I tell people this used to be yours?
and their artifacts. I mean, you're wielding one for the entirety of the game, whereas in AC games in the past, you may get a mission or two where you use the apple or some other
You should
piece of
always
gear.
have some of these.
Something
Ooh,
you always
this
have.
one is very hard to come by.
Of freedom versus societal control in the narrative, with the secret cult controlling and pulling the strings of Greece from the shadows. The cult of Cosmos bears a resemblance
You sure there
to
isn't
the
something
ancient
else you wanted?
Templars as a shadowy organization with the possession of Isu artifacts and descendants, despite not being
Happy to lighten your load.
themselves that we've seen in Origins, Valhalla, and Mirage. Although, as we learned in the DLC, the Persian branch of the Order were allies with the cult. The Order of Ancients, the Proto-Templars, I'd say predates the cult by nearly 1,000 years, which makes one wonder why they elected to center this story around the cult. They could have just made it another branch of the Order of Ancients, bring a little more continuity with
made with the finest ingredients. This is a must-have. This is going to look so good.
Of the first civilization is what endures through the centuries, and not the individual organization. The story still tries to connect to the other games as best as it can. There's even a moment where you see visions of the future through this montage.
Can I tempt you with some
footage of several of the game's cinematic trailers? Well, obviously, because the hidden ones haven't even been created yet, there's only so many ways this game can connect to the rest of the franchise. This is one of the reasons why I so commonly see the phrase, good game, bad Assassin's Creed game, when hearing others describe Odyssey. Because as much as it tries to connect in the small amount of ways it can, it's still missing a lot of the fundamental pillars that make up an Assassin's Creed story. And especially at the time in 2018, that hadn't really happened before. So why do this? Why tell this story and why set the game before Origins? Obviously it's impossible to know the full extent of the true reasoning behind whomever at Ubisoft made the decisions, but it was likely the result of wanting to set a game during the Peloponnesian War, to explore and recreate the setting, perhaps tell a different kind of AC story. Ubisoft Quebec clearly had an affinity for Greek mythology as well, as they would go on to make Immortals Phoenix Rising immediately after
I
Odyssey.
should speak with
Which
Hyde.
feels like a game they really wanted to make. Many people say Odyssey is a bit better.
Stop, you idiot!
Instead, just a new, original, ancient Greece open world. It's impossible to know for sure how that may have turned out, and a lot of the game would have to be changed.
Found who you needed?
It's kind of a moot point, because obviously it didn't happen. Though I certainly wouldn't mind seeing a new historical open world IP from Ubisoft, because they tend to just focus on the big cash cows now, instead of experimenting with new ideas as frequently. What's also interesting is I remember when it was first speculated that the next game after Origins would be taking the series to ancient Greece, many people thought the game would once again follow Bayek as he travels to Greece and continues to evolve the hidden ones. Then perhaps after, in the next game, he would go to Rome to make up an entire trilogy. It never happened, of course, but I always thought there was a lot of potential in that idea, especially with how well received Bayek's character was. Although the golden age of Greece, in which Odyssey takes place, is of course a lot more popular and commonly depicted in media, as opposed to the Hellenistic period, where a Bayek sequel would have taken place. So that was likely a big contributing factor as to why the game is set when it is, even if a Bayek sequel might have made more sense for the overall narrative of the series. But bringing us back to the present day, we're reintroduced to the game's modern-day protagonist, Layla Hassan, returning from Origins, which marks the first time since Desmond that we played as the same character in the modern day for more than one game. Picking up not too long after the modern day ending of Origins, Layla, a former Cerebral employee, now a new member of the modern day Assassins after accepting her invite from William Miles,
I would like to reorganize the crew.
using the DNA extracted from it to enter the Animus to experience the memories of Alexios or Cassandra. Layla is also now working with Victoria Bebo, making her first real appearance in the AC games after being mentioned in several of the games previously and appearing in some of the novels. We'll get more into modern day later, but it is very limited in Odyssey. If you're someone who doesn't care for modern day in Assassin's Creed, you probably don't mind, but for people like me who believe it is an essential part of these games, that's disappointing. What little modern day there is, well, I'll save that for
Done?
later. Once you enter the Animus, the game will bring you through various options and settings you like for your playthrough. I like how they made these selection screens as if Layla is choosing these
With
settings
my
for
blade
herself.
at your side, turn when you have need of my strength.
Creed leans into the Animus elements more and uses it in immersive ways like this. Choosing a gameplay mode was a new addition with Odyssey though, now allowing you to choose between guided or exploration. Guided mode being the typical way of playing where everything will be marked and the game will tell you exactly where to go, while with an exploration mode you'll get a few hints as to the general area of your objective and you're meant to discover it on your own. The addition of an exploration mode is a welcome one. It forces you to be more aware of your environment and requires you to use
Keep
that
that.
brain of yours
Thanks.
to look for the place your objective would be at. It's also a bit more of a realistic and grounded way of exploring, as people aren't always going to give you specific locations, and you're not going to always know exactly where to go. For me, this was a more fun, immersive, and engaging way to play, but for those who aren't into that, it's nice having the choice. Furthermore, to make my experience even more immersive, I fiddled around with the HUD settings a bit to make it look a bit more minimal and clean. always had the reputation of holding your hand, displaying lots of map markers, killing some of the immersion of their games with how the HUDs tend to display overt amounts of information. So I really like playing a lot of the games this way. What's great about Odyssey is you can customize virtually everything on the HUD. Your Origins only had specific presets and a limited amount of things you could have on or off. Odyssey lets you customize all of it, which I really appreciate as someone who now likes to play these games this way. Thankfully, Valhalla and Mirage have continued this trend. Now, normally I'd like to turn on health bars as well, but you can't really do that with Odyssey, because you can't one-shot assassinate everybody, so you need health bars to see who you can and can't kill. After you choose your gameplay mode, though, you're then required to make perhaps the biggest choice of the game of who you're going to experience this Odyssey as, Alexios or Cassandra. I didn't really know who I wanted to play as, so I let you guys choose for me through a YouTube community poll, where Cassandra just
Hello, Eivor.
beat out Alexios, which was probably for the best anyway, because the last time I played Odyssey was as Alexios. But just going off this poll and other conversations,
This was a fun one to chart.
the community is pretty split on who's the better option. Cassandra is the canon choice. She appears in Valhalla, the opening of the new mobile game Jade, and the Nexus the VR game. But I know there's a lot of people who still prefer playing as Alexios. I've played as both now, and I can't really say I have a preference, but I will say Melisande Mahmoud turned in a good performance as Cassandra. She's very expressive and demonstrates quite a wide range of emotions throughout the game. The script doesn't always allow for moments for her to demonstrate that
There,
range.
you should be
but when
able
it
to
does,
find it
she
easily
nails
now.
it. And honestly,
Always easier to follow a map.
dialogue in this game feel very awkward. and
That's it?
wooden. Sometimes they just feel off. They don't feel nearly as natural as many of the games in the series.
What is it you
prior
do
to
here
Odyssey,
again?
I've
which
traveled
is
this
likely
great
the
country.
result of direction and the sheer volume of lines
A good
the
day to
actors
you.
had to read through. Michael Antonakos, who voiced Alexios, said they would get hundreds of pages of dialogue mere days before recording, leaving no real time to prepare, so they just had to read through, which would explain why a lot of the performances can feel like the actors are reading from a script, because they are, and they haven't had a lot of time to prepare or interpret it. So that, with all the permutations of choice in mind, it's not hard to see why some of these interactions feel a bit off. Don't get me wrong though, there are still some
I'm honored to see you, Eivor.
in this game. I felt Marini's voice actress in particular killed it in a lot of her scenes. But like I said, Melisante's performance felt consistently good throughout the game. I remember a specific side quest where Cassandra returns to her old childhood friend from Catalonia. She had this very soft, gentle, almost shy tone that I hadn't heard from her before. Like the kind when reuniting with someone you hadn't seen in a long time. This was in a little side quest arc that had no significance on the main story. So that choice to play Cassandra that way in that specific quest really impressed me.
Thor's
That's a great attention
testicles!
to detail.
What is happening over there?
Emotional and substantiated performances though in both of these stories.
No good can come of this. Just continue to them.
Some things are worth protecting. Your devices are one of them. Learn more at internet website aikido.dev/.
Don't be a stranger.
Prefer a GLP-1 pill to lose weight?
So, I never intended to be super skinny. I've always been a big guy. Because I noticed how unhealthy I felt when I was bigger. I just wanted to feel healthy. And then my friend told me about weight loss items.
Skims is now offering the Wegovy, an affordable GLP-1 that's FDA approved for weight loss. You can get started for just $39 a month with an
Again, at the end of the game, I always like when games are able to tell a story just through the music. Cassandra's reminiscing, though, is quickly broken up by two thugs working for a man named the Cyclops, the Act 1 villain. They land a sucker punch on them. Cassandra, where the game teaches you more of the basics of the combat. Odyssey's combat is built off the, at the time, relatively new hitbox timing and distance-based system introduced by Origins, albeit with a few tweaks. For one, the pairing was changed. You can't use a shield in this game, even though many of the enemy types do. Rather than having to hold an input to block with a shield or weapon, and then properly timing a parry with a strike from an enemy, in Odyssey,
His striking look coupled with an thank you. I am sure I will see.
I must be on my way.
Go with your god.
They succeeded, but is that a good thing? Sure, parrying in Origins was nothing too special. I mean, dozens of other games out there have done it better, but at least it took some skill and practice to master. There's a genuine challenge to it. Parrying timings differ depending on the enemy. Some of them have very elaborate attacks that you can only learn the parry timings of after fighting them several times. It's more challenging and more rewarding to pull off a successful parry. There's a big risk-reward factor to it. This extended to dodging too. In Odyssey, parrying is extremely simple. There's not much skill involved with how easy it is to do, and how blatantly enemies telegraph their attacks. Dodging is made easier too. You get more time to react. It generates a few seconds of slow motion every time you hit a well-timed dodge. The window to do so also being quite generous. Slow motion on a perfect dodge did exist in Origins, but the timing for a perfect dodge was much tighter. Slow motion did not last nearly as long as it does in Odyssey. Also, the ability to block is just completely gone. You could argue this is because there's no shield, but Origins allow you to block without the shield on dual-wielded weapons, so I'm not sure what the reason for removing the blocking mechanic is. Despite dodging and parrying being easier, though, this combat system can still have its challenges, especially on hard and nightmare difficulty. Why? Well, Odyssey's solution to increasing difficulty is inflating enemy health pools and their damage, where you'll die in a mere couple hits on hard and nightmare, which is a cheaper way of increasing the difficulty as opposed to making the AI smarter and more reactive, lessening your time to dodge or parry their attacks. Damage sponges that can absorb dozens of lethal blows, which can not only make combat feel tedious over time, but completely kills any sense of realistic damage. You can slit someone's throat, stab them through the chest, and slice them up in numerous lethal ways, and they get up like it was just a paper cut, which feels ridiculous, especially when you're playing as this extremely strong mercenary from Sparta with an easier spear. This is only made worse on the higher difficulties, where enemies have significantly more health, making combat at times feel like a grind in of itself. Now, granted, when you get to the late game, you can put together strong warrior builds and kill enemies relatively quickly, especially if you prioritize upgrading and getting engravings to support your abilities. I enjoy trying to get creative and create all these different builds, but the game even lets you have multiple loadouts you can switch between. There's so many different variations of gear, weapons, and abilities that make up all these different unique loadouts. Like, just look online, there's so many different types of builds people have come up with, and some people love that, but others don't want to have to consistently micromanage their gear and inventory just to get the most out of the game's systems. Should you have to optimize a build just for the combat to become more tolerable? Again, in all the previous games, that was never something you had to do. Unity tried to make it seem like optimizing a build would make a big difference, but it didn't really, and Odyssey succeeded at that. But for those who don't like to micromanage their stats and spend a long time in the inventory trying to set up and optimize a build, Odyssey kind of alienates that player, which is a pretty decent chunk of those who would have played Odyssey as fans of the previous Assassin's Creed games. Again, in those games, you could be good at combat and stealth equally. You didn't have to sacrifice stats for one dodging, parrying, and spamming the best abilities, making it feel repetitive. You can fight a lot of the enemies in the exact same way as any other. They don't force you to use different strategies and abilities, except for those who have shields, but those are easily dealt with as well. Furthermore, there's not many distinctions between the faction of an enemy you're fighting. You could argue the old AC games' counter-based combat suffered a similar issue with repetition, but at least you had to fight some enemies differently, as few as they were, and it had style. Odyssey's combat looks boring in comparison. The depth in the combat comes from the builds and varying ways you can craft the combat style with your gear, weapon, and skills, but aside from that, to keep it fresh, it gets old after playing for so many hours. Combat is just not nearly deep or satisfying enough to sustain the 100 plus hours of gameplay the game offers. But after dealing with the Cyclops' two laughably pathetic minions, you're given a choice to kill or spare them. It's the first choice you'll get in a game of many choices. The Witcher 3 influence here is very apparent. Throughout the game, you'll be given a multitude of choices. In dialogue, you can lie, flirt, or choose to kill in certain situations. Many of the main story choices do genuinely have an impact on how the story plays out. A bad choice you made at the start of the game can come back to haunt you later. By far, one of the most interesting being whether or not you choose to save a plague infected family in Catalonia at the start of the game. You can choose to save them and kill the priest, or let the priest kill the husband and wife along with their 2 children. If you save them, you might feel good about yourself, like you did the right thing, only to discover hours later when you come back
Would you like to see?
the family ended up spreading the plague to the entire island, taking countless lives. While if you let the family die, you save Catalonia, but know that you let an innocent family with 2 children be executed. To make the feeling worse, one of them is Phoebe's friend, and she's devastated by your refusal to save them. It's a very challenging and complex moral dilemma with consequences and tragedy, regardless of what you choose. Those are some of the best choices and tough positions an RPG can put you in. Again, this was something The Witcher 3 did so well on countless occasions. And I wish there were more challenging moral dilemmas like this in Odyssey. There are more than just this example, of course, but not quite on the same level as a game like The Witcher or Baldur's Gate 3. To be fair though, those are very high bars to reach. The most important thing is a lot of main story choices have an impact and consequences. That's what makes them interesting and meaningful. Another good example I can think of is when you're given a choice of killing the monger out in the open at the theater or silently in a cave ambush. I chose the former because I thought it sounded more exciting killing him in front of a crowd and not really thinking it would impact much. Well, fast forward like 30 hours later, I'm investigating this cultist, and as it turns out, he doesn't really want to be a cultist. He's a good man and a farmer who had his family threatened, so I was willing to let him live and help him escape the cult, only for him to not trust me because I publicly executed the monger 30 hours previously, so he decides to go out fighting where I'm forced to kill him, leaving his wife a widow and his children fatherless. On top of that, he was an old friend of Rosina's, and now he hated me too. That small choice I had, that I thought had no big significance at the time, ended up coming back to bite me and make me feel like a
Good, well worth a little silver, I assure you.
from a choice-based story like this. There are times where Odyssey does it genuinely very well, like a true RPG. After making the decision though of whether or not to spare the Cyclops slugs, although if you spare them, they end up waiting to ambush your friend anyway, you're then tasked with finding Marcos. Marcos, the man with the plan.
What do you see, sir?
Cassandra after finding her on the shores of Catalonia, where they'd worked together on numerous business ventures.
put it. Feel stronger already. May you feast at Odin's side, warrior. Folk Allah.
Easy.
Send a shay. Ma? Thor lends me strength.
With Marcos as the quote-unquote praise, and Cassandra as the bride. Surely I can't be the only one who thought he'd end up being the final cultist. I mean, talks like this.
Nowhere to go. Fetch. The better
Make that cap!
Must be blocked from the other side. sight.
That's all I have. That's all I have for now. Find me later.
they can't sell recalled fish. Where's that husband of yours? Off fishing again?
Larger cities, but it is an odyssey, and its general naval traversal so seamless. You can also just leave the helm of your ship at any time, so long as you're not in combat, and dive overboard wherever you want. Whereas in Black Flag, when you went underwater on the open seas, you'd be restricted to a stealth swim, keeping you near the surface. Odyssey gives you the freedom to dive down to your heart's content, even in the depths of the ocean. The amount of detail they put into these underwater areas, whether it's sunken temples or shipwrecks, with all the fish, sharks, and even whales, makes it far more interesting to do so. Using cannons and swivel guns, whereas in Odyssey, you're using bows and javelins accurate to the time. So, as a result, Odyssey's naval combat is a little more up close and personal. You don't have quite as much range, and there's a heavy emphasis on ramming ships, which is an element of the naval combat they expanded upon from the old system in Black Flag and Rogue. You hold an input to go into ramming speed, where your rowers have a set amount of stamina. Depending on the speed and angle of where you ram an enemy ship, you can deal serious damage. If they're low enough and you hit the ship at the right angle, you can even cleave it in two, which is very satisfying to pull off. You get this great feedback, a dynamic camera, and you get more resources for cleaving a ship. You would often. This was without a doubt the best improvement Odyssey made to naval combat. Like Black Flag and Rogue, you can also board enemy ships for more rewards. Once again, there's no form of loading screen or cutscene after a successful board. You just jump back onto your ship. It's all completely seamless. You can even stay on or watch the ship as it sinks to the depths of the ocean, as the corpses of your enemies float to the surface of the water. It's very cathartic. One area of naval that is a regression of the old system, though, is movement. Similar to movement, the ship's movement options have been streamlined. The older titles, you had more freedom to control the speed of your ship by adjusting the sails. So when you need to slow down to get a sharp turning speed, it's very easy to do. With Odyssey, you get travel speed, landing speed, and then just a default speed you have no control over, and full stop. So the only way you can get those sharper turns is by bringing your ship to a full stop. Exactly what they did with on-ground movement by removing the sprint input and having a default running speed, which I find quite stupid. Another new addition to Odyssey's naval were the lieutenants. You can knock out and recruit nearly anyone in the open world, including mercenaries, to be a lieutenant in your crew. Or some quests will give you the opportunity to recruit certain characters. Use that combat, be it ship health, ramming stamina, damage with javelins, etc. One of them can even be summoned to assist you with the call to arms ability. I wish they did a little bit more than just bringing some mostly negligible bonuses to your ship, though. It's a good idea with a lot of potential, but the execution is kind of underwhelming. And having an off-brand bike and IO board is a little disturbing. Plus, it doesn't help that all the best lieutenants are locked behind a paywall. When returning to this game, though, the naval was, to my delight, one of the most enjoyable parts of the game for me. It might, unironically, be a better pirate game than Skull and Bones. I really did myself a disservice when I first played this game, because I didn't use the Adrestia all that much. I would just fast travel to save time whenever possible, which can really nullify the point of the ship to begin with. It's just generally fun to sail the seas in this game, so this time around, I really didn't find myself absurdly long distance. Just getting on your ship and traveling to a new region of the world, maybe stopping to explore some interesting island you see along the way, or seeing a whale jump out of the water, that's part of the fun. That's what makes the game feel like an adventure. It's the journey, not the destination. And when you have a world like ancient Greece to explore, there's plenty of reasons to do so. How the hell have I done this long without just marveling at how it's not even necessarily the fidelity or all the different technology that goes into making a game look like this. A large part of it is the aesthetic, the color palette, the scale of some of the locations, the detail that went into the cities and architecture. This world is very vibrant and colorful. It really pops. The bright blues of the sky and water, the pinks of the flowers and shrubbery, the whites of the beaches and marble. It's very pleasing on the eyes. I never got tired of looking at this game. I've played some games that are just so dull and brown and washed out looking that I literally get tired of looking at it. But even with who knows how many hours spent in this world, I never felt that way. There's almost always something visually interesting or appealing in every location. And because so much of Greece is mountainous, there's a huge sense of scale to a lot of the regions that create these beautiful vistas. It's a good thing there's a photo mode, because you're going to use it. Allowing players to share their screenshots with each other through the map was a pretty smart move. Many of the regions are still visually distinct too, from snow-capped mountains, volcanic islands, random lakes, and the different Izu structures. It helps keep the world feeling fresh after so many hours. It's also the largest of the entire series. And you know it's massive when you're 80 hours in and still haven't even been to some entire
Edith.
Eivor, are you
Having a large world has its downsides, though.
Actually, I will stay here.
It's clear some areas of the world